Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to I want to say it's the Wednesday edition of the stream. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Today, we will be doing some Insignia dev, of course, but I guess just trying to remain calibrated and synchronized on the project and thinking about what we want to spend the next little while doing. I have quite a few things to juggle around with, just different considerations that I have to take into account, and it'd be great to get your thoughts on those. It's been a huge few days for me. I can't even summarize them in a sentence, but before I even try, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Can give for the most recent subscription. Rhyme is here, Swizz is here, we've got This Guy NZ, Gift Seal, Virtue vs. Vice, Bomber Yes, SJ Pixels, welcome, and welcome to those of you who are lurking on YouTube as well. So, this last weekend was the Easter weekend, which my family celebrates, so I was in attendance for all of that. I was doing celebratory things on Friday, on Saturday. Saturday was like 3 things I did, or 2 different things. Sunday was 3 things. Monday was 2 big things. All family events, dinners, breakfasts, lunches, all that stuff. And then yesterday I was out with my wife. She's got the week off, and we went to kind of like an Easter. In Sydney, we have this thing called the Easter Show, which is like a carnival, I suppose you could call it. I guess you have shows in other countries, right? It's like agricultural kind of themed stuff. People bring they have like competitions, and there are prizes, and you get to see like the prize cattle, and you get to feed sheep, and then like at the same time they've also got like food from all around the state, and what else, rides and show bags and stuff like that. Anyway, that's the Easter show. I went and attended that, and had a good time there. I did watch the Mario Galaxy movie, and maybe we could spend a little bit of time off the top of the stream talking about the movie and what I thought about it. I'd be happy to do that to kill some time, to stall. SJ Pixels in chat says, I just completed my first solo game the other day, and it gave me a new appreciation for what you do here. Took me a month of nightly work to make a dumb little arcade game. Oh yeah, game dev's not easy. So I also, look, I'm doing my best in the meantime to, become a Fortnite pro, apparently. My wife and I have been playing so much Fortnite with her friends in the evenings. I'm getting pretty sweaty at that game, but it's not been good for my sleep patterns. So slowing down a little bit this time. But yeah. So few things happened. I'm still... the conversation around funding the Amazon sort of something that we're thinking about is still stuff in the mix. It's not really anything. There's nothing. I can't say. My point actually with that sentence was that we don't have any, there's no formal relationship with any first party platforms for this game. We don't have any publisher or any representation. Exclusive. Yeah, I don't have anything there. So something that I'm trying to do is shape the project into its best shape so that it can secure funding when that time comes. And right now, that where I'm at personally is in order to fund. So like the team has been working on, in fact, let's get out of this. Let's go straight to here. Hello. Oh, that's not right either. There we go. All right, let's just sort of have a rolling conversation first about development and funding and some opportunities that are coming. And then we'll talk about Mario Galaxy after that. So one sec. So the team's pretty close now to wrapping up Chapter 2 asset production. And they, unfortunately, that does not mean that Chapter 2 is finished for Insignia. It means that there is a bunch of work that has to be done on Chapter 2 to make it like playable ready, but that work is kind of parallel and separate to the actual asset production. So we have like pretty much everything we need for Chapter 2 to be put inside of the engine. And there is a version of Chapter 2 in the engine, but there's a lot of like wiring everything up to make it like be a playable thing that's fun. And then a bunch of playtesting and the rest of it. But that is not, there's nothing relying on that being the case in order to do any other work. So like Chapter 3 is not depending on Chapter 2 being at player-facing playable. Nor does any of the other chapters rely on Chapter 2 being in that state. So as a director of a project, my goal is get the funding, scope out the rest of the project, then produce everything with help from outside vendors or additional team members, etc. So in the short term, what that means is that there are things that I need to care about to do with the business that are really important. One of them is raising funds. But the other is just like making the game, like looking ahead through the game. We were talking about grey boxing the last few days. And grey boxing is something that I might have to be doing almost alone because the team's not really built to help me with that part of the process. So what that means is that funding for me personally, like my financial side, is not super duper solid. Like I don't have like outside funding driving my budget for the next little while. Instead, I'm sort of having to figure that out for myself. And the content creation stuff has never been like fully replacing or accounting for my budget, my wages that I pay myself, which is very low. So then what that means is that I'm sort of in a position where if I want to be able to, if I can't rely on external funding, bringing the team in, or even just for anything, then I need to sort of be generating funds on the inside, which means more YouTube content. And it means probably, hopefully the merch moves the needle a little bit once we're done with that. And maybe we work on scene graph or a lot of little different bits and pieces. The challenge there, however, is that if I commit too hard to all these side projects, I won't be spending time on Insignia, which desperately needs more of my time in order to be, scoped correctly and playable. So it's a bit of a catch-22 where it's like I need food to eat. I need money for food. Hey, Bilbo Swaggins, thank you so much for the sub. I need time and resources, and I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing. But at the same time, I have opportunities from the outside. I was just today approached by the same agency who reached out to me for the archaeology project. They have a new project they want to work on. It's another museum project. It's really cool, and it is a game in a sense. not pixel art, but still something that I would be very well suited for. And it makes things challenging for me because I would love to work on that project as a person, just personally. It's a really cool idea. It's much more my speed than the archaeology project, if you can imagine that. It's got characters and it's much more like lively, much more animation. And I'd be good at it. At the same time, it would take a lot of my time away from Insignia to work on that. And I don't know if I can guarantee that I will be available in that way because my obligations for Insignia really compel me to be full pedal to the metal scoping, in the short term. And I don't want to be in a situation where I'm working on this project and then Insignia is fully funded and I'm delegating work that's Insignia related to a team while I'm working on a different thing. That doesn't make any sense. I managed to fund my work for the last 6 months through the archaeology project, my portion of the funding for chapter 2. The team's portion of funding for chapter 2 was from other things that I did throughout the year. So, the collabs with Prime and TJ and stuff like that helped out a lot. Yeah. I mean, it's a tough one because I think I'll be, look. The position we're in is that one way or another, Insignia will release. That's just the way that that's just not in question. But do you take lots of short jumps to get there, hedge my time, or do I push the chips all in and do what I can? Now, I don't have a publisher. But if I wanted to get a publisher, doing a second contract job is not going to give me the time to... It's going to eat into my time to be courting publishers and doing all the rest of it. So it's really hard. I've been doing it the slow way for many years, and it's very comfortable to make Insignia alone and to think of it that way. But I want Insignia to go fast too, and I want to be able to devote more resources to it, not fewer. So it's a tough one, but that's where we're at. So that's just keeping you up to speed with where I'm at. I think gosh, if you give me a month, I think scene graph and the merch could be enough to drive. Do you not get the same excitement working on Insignia than the other project? It sounded like you were hyped for it more. I mean, I'm hyped to be able to have money to eat and to pay my rent. Sometimes, Insignia is my passion project, but working on Insignia right now is a big risk to work on it. In general, Insignia is a risk. But that doesn't mean I love it any less. It's just if someone says, I'll pay you to work on this and it's good, then yeah, I mean, I'm going to be excited to work on it. It doesn't mean that I am not excited to work on Insignia. It's just that Insignia is something that I have to invest energy into to make it move. So if somebody else has a different project that's already moving and they have energy to invest in me, then I can put that into Insignia. But right now, Insignia is a very one-way relationship. I have to keep putting and pouring my spoons, as they say, into the project. It doesn't give me spoons right now. Though I love it, and it's not... It's what's the word? It's like the mortgage. Insignia is like my house. It's something that if you have a mortgage, yeah, you spend a lot of money paying that off, but you get to live in the house. So I live in Insignia, which makes it feel maybe a little bit less sexy and new, but that doesn't mean that it's not like I'm committed to it. You know, I love that project. It's like a child, you know. So let's talk about Mario Galaxy. I wonder if we should do like segments on this stream. Could I make a clip about me talking about Mario Galaxy? Okay, so on the weekend, I saw the Mario Galaxy movie. Now, Super Mario Galaxy is one of my favorite games that I've ever played. I played it during the holiday of, what year was it? 2007? 2006? Can't remember. I would have been like 14 or 15 years old, and I was super obsessed with that game. I 100%ed it. I unlocked Luigi, and then I think I 100%ed it again as Luigi. It's genuinely, it reserves a spot in my brain as like genre-defining gameplay from the greatest game developers of all time. That's what Mario Galaxy represents. It's like candidate for best game of all time. It has one of the best soundtracks in any game I've ever played. For the Wii, it was one of the first games that had an orchestrated soundtrack with a live orchestra. Now, going back and playing it last year, not every track in the soundtrack is orchestrated, but some of the major themes in the game are fully orchestrated. So Mario Galaxy was like one of those first big 10 out of 10 games on the biggest console of all time at the time, the Wii. And it holds a very special place in my heart. And when I saw the Mario Brothers movie in 2023, that was also taking place in a very special time in my life because I was away in Thailand with my wife. She was studying overseas and I went with her. And so we were very sort of like isolated from our home and the world that we grew up in. Although she actually grew up in Thailand. It's a different story. So for us though, the Mario movie, the Super Mario movie represented like something that was very familiar, right? Very homey and something so close to my heart when I was so far away from home. And I thought that the Mario movie was good, the 2023 film. Of course, lots and lots of references to the Mario franchise, and I am these days I'm not like a massive Mario fan, but growing up as a kid, it was like absolutely central to my childhood. So I understood, of course, every single reference, and none of that really detracted from my experience of the film in terms of like, I don't think of the first Mario movie as like a Member Berries movie. I don't look at it and go, oh, it's just key jingling. Like I really do appreciate that first film as a good film. It is a good film. And it's also full of callbacks and references to all the different Mario games over the years. So I rated that first movie quite highly. And I actually appreciated the extent to which Illumination added to the kind of like lore, like creating like an overarching or like enveloping story about who the Mario brothers are and how they get to the Mushroom Kingdom and the stakes around, getting home and stopping Bowser. And that original story in that world made a lot of sense to me, and I thought it was a good film. Just to sort of like hammer home how important Mario Brothers was to me. As a child, one of the first games I ever played was Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo, which my older sister got for her 9th birthday. She had the Nintendo, but I played the Nintendo because obviously all my sisters, they would go to school. I have 3 sisters. The 2 older ones would go off to school and I would be a little kid playing Super Mario All-Stars. That was kind of like my third parent, that console. I still have baby photos of like me at 3 years old in an album playing the Super Nintendo at my dad's 40th birthday. Everyone's out celebrating, and I'm sort of in my little pajamas playing, World 2 of Super Mario Brothers 3 in the desert land. I really, really played that game. Like, I exhausted everything in Super Mario All-Stars, which means I got to play the original Super Mario Brothers, the Lost Levels, Super Mario Brothers 2, and of course, Super Mario Brothers 3, which was probably my favorite game for many years. I also got a Game Boy Pocket. It was one of my first, my first console was a Game Boy Pocket. And what did I have on the Game Boy Pocket? Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. So from that time, growing up in the 90s, all of my friends had Nintendo 64s. I would play Mario 64 at their house. We'd play Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. And then when the Wii came out, of course, I was obsessed with that. So, I've played like pretty much every Mario game that exists, except for maybe like some of the Game Boy Advance, Mario and Luigi games, or Baby Mario, or some of those games. So again, I get it, And coming into this Mario 2, the second Mario film, Super Mario Galaxy. Let me say that again. Coming into the Mario Galaxy movie. What is it called? Is it called the Super Mario Galaxy movie? Mario Galaxy movie. This movie is called the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Okay, coming into the Super Mario Galaxy movie, I had pretty high expectations because I thought Illumination would do a good job. I thought a lot of the material is obviously awesome. So I was pretty hyped. And then when I saw the reviews of the Super Mario Galaxy movie being low, I remained hopeful that it would be something that I would still enjoy, because I think a lot of the criticisms had to do with the way that the film presented itself. This sort of like key jingling is the word that gets thrown around a lot. The idea that the movie is just for children, is just sort of like frenetic action and doesn't have much structure. I was sort of personally hoping that was just the perspective of somebody who didn't have the entire Mario catalog downloaded into their brain. If you've never played a Mario game and you watch this movie as a film critic, I could totally understand why you would think none of it made any sense. However, as someone who does have all of that backstory and who understands the Nintendo back catalog and not just Mario, but also the properties that may cameo in this film, I would actually tend to agree with some of the critics on this film, in that I thought the first half of the film was very strong. I thought there was a lot of things that the film did right, but the back half of the film I think is very messy and ultimately left me kind of unsatisfied as a viewer with just the film that I was watching. Just like in video games, graphics are a first impressions production value. They are something that grabs you and pulls you in, but they are not something that can sustain your interest long term. So just like in this film, Illumination are masters of visual storytelling. Visual storytelling being the framing, the thumbnail kind of storyboarding, the blocking of these shots. So many of these shots in this film could be desktop backgrounds because they're just incredible visual spectacles, incredible, full spectrum color frames with high dynamic range, and you're seeing like amazing visual imagery. A lot of the gags are incredible, right? The slapstick comedy is really good. The fight scenes, there's so much stuff in this movie to appreciate, in the first half especially, that is really like mind-blowing. As someone who's trying to direct a game, they wield that medium with such expertise that it's kind of staggering. how well they actually compose those films. It's like there's literally nothing they can't show you on that screen and that they can't pull off expertly. However, at its core, every cinema experience gets reduced down to drama, plot, stakes. You know, it's why do I care about what's happening to these characters? You know, beyond just the fact that Mario looks awesome and Yoshi looks awesome and Rosalina looks awesome and the Lumas and the star bits and blah, blah, blah. That's all great. But like eventually all you really care about is like what's going to happen and how the characters grow or evolve or solve dramatic tension that is built through the events of the film. And for me, I think this film really struggled to have any kind of coherent thesis as a film. Now, I reject the idea that a film like needs to be deep. Like it doesn't, no film needs to be deep, especially a children's film. But I would say every film needs to be coherent. Every film has to have some sort of driving, dramatic structure to invest you, even at a basic level, even at just a family film, you know, Sunday afternoon movie level, you still want to be able to care about what's happening. And so all of the kind of like literary academic terminology I'm about to fling your way is all really serving that previous concept of, is what's on the screen, you know, beat by beat, driving your attention in a way that's actually interesting? Is it an interesting film? And I really think that in the edit, this film does not sustain interest very easily. I think it struggles to retain the viewer's interest. And that mostly comes down to the fact that there's so much in the film, particularly visually and referentially, there's so much energy put into making sure that you get Mario swinging an axe on a bridge and having Bowser fall into the lava, or you know, a shot of Birdo spitting eggs at Princess Peach with her umbrella, you know, blocking all the eggs. Or there's these moments that I guess a concept artist or, you know, writers on the film, so many of these moments that are visually driven, screenshots, right, that are incredible to look at. But when you stitch them all together and then you try to tell a story between them, the film, I think, just falls apart. It struggles so hard to maintain this breakneck pace from the midpoint to the end, where we are taken to destinations that feature in not just Mario Galaxy, which is an issue that I have with this film, but Mario Odyssey or Mario Sunshine, or, you know, other aspects of the Mario sort of broader canon that, or beyond Mario, that it kind of falls into this thing of like, why are we here? What does this mean? Did that have to happen for us to get here? There's a lot of trying to like the film doing a very poor job of justifying why it's going through those amazing moments. That is the biggest stumbling point for this film. It's that it just doesn't take you on a coherent journey. And unfortunately, what that means is that the characters really suffer. Mario and Luigi in this film genuinely are side characters. They are not the focus of the film. Their relationship as brothers is very secondary. It's not the core of the movie's tension or dramatic interest. I never think to myself through the movie, I never found myself thinking, oh, how are they going to get through this? Or there's tension between them? Or they have different interests, or how are they going to get what they want? They're mostly passengers in this movie to a plot that is, I guess, mostly centralized around Princess Peach. Now, me saying that, you would think, oh, then maybe Princess Peach is the hero of this film. And I think that could have made for a really cool film as well. But unfortunately, it's also not the case that Princess Peach has much dramatic... Princess Peach has dramatic motivation to carry this film, but her journey does not see her engaging with that motivation in a way that drives the tension throughout the film. So, broad synopsis, Rosalina, who is the sort of like star queen of the Mario Galaxy kind of galaxy, the Mario Galaxy, she is kidnapped by Bowser Jr. and is being kind of, her power is being manipulated and used to create like a Death Star, essentially, a Bowser Jr. Death Star. And the Lumas, who are her children, kind of reach out across the galaxy in search of the heroes, Mario and Luigi, and the Princess Peach, to basically save Rosalina from Bowser Jr. That's a fine setup. And this movie does have a couple of like cool lore implications to do with Princess Peach and Rosalina that, again, are interesting original ideas to put into the canon. However, they're not really explored in a way that like makes the events of the film color the characters in any way. You know, Princess Peach, her relationship to Mario doesn't develop in this film. Her relationship to Rosalina doesn't really develop because they don't have any dialogue together. It sort of reminds me actually a lot of Final Fantasy 13, which is a game that it suffers greatly due to this similar kind of pilgrimage of moments that the story tries to sort of move through so quickly that, you know, taking characters, separating them, putting them in different places, shuffling them around, and then having them end at the same point. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be enough like dramatic material, and it's been a while since I played 13, but you know, the feeling of having Peach and Toad be in a completely separate place to Mario and Luigi, and those characters doing stuff that's very different. It just feels like it doesn't have focus, which is, you know, if you were to take the concept of the Mario movie and say, what do you think the biggest challenge of this film would be? Obviously, having focus would be like the number one concern. And I think, unfortunately, it doesn't overcome that concern. I don't want to go into too much detail for those of you who haven't seen the film, because I don't want to spoil it for you. But suffice it to say that a character that should be a cameo in this film takes up way too much time. And it's not because, I don't think it's because Nintendo are trying to push this character, although it wouldn't surprise me if they get their own film soon. That's not, to me, the reason why this character has more screen time than Rosalina or a lot of the side cast. I think it's just that this film tries so hard to go to so many different places that having a character who has a spaceship means that as a vehicle for the plot, this character is just sort of necessary to get the characters from A to B to C. I think, like, genuinely, this movie would have been way, way better if it was split into two films. So, okay, if he's in the promotional material, I can say it. Fox McCloud is in this film from the Lylat Wars Star Fox games. And Fox McCloud is a fun character. He's a great cameo, but he is present in the whole back half of the film. He's an integral character. And unfortunately, because of just how the script is fashioned and how the production is, I guess, structured, Rosalina, who is the center of the plot of Mario Galaxy, in this film, Rosalina is kind of more of a MacGuffin. She's kind of like a a damsel slash collectible, you know. Rosalina is the Infinity Gauntlet in this film, rather than Captain Marvel, although she is played by Brie Larson. And so it means that though she appears in various scenes, she doesn't have much agency, because the whole point is that she's in trouble and we need to go save her. So she's kind of filling the role of Princess Peach in the games almost, you know, we need to save the princess. But what that means is that in the currency of the film, a character who can take all the characters throughout the galaxy just has a lot more function than a character who is essentially just locked behind a glass wall for the whole film. I really think this film should have been 2 movies. I think that there are aspects of this film, like Yoshi's involvement in the film, particularly the first half of the film, would have made for a great Super Mario World movie. And that movie could have been padded out with stuff from Sunshine, and it could have been a much more like terrestrial story, you know, taking place in a land, and it would have been fine. I mean, there's so much material there in the Mario canon for them to call on, particularly like there's a whole scene in this movie that just has Mario Brothers 2 characters, like the Doki Doki Panic Mario Brothers 2 with Wart and Birdo and the Ninjas, and you know, all of those characters could have been the antagonists of an entirely separate Mario film. And unfortunately, they kind of feel like a sidetrack moment in this film. They feel like literally Princess Peach and Toad step through a wall. They like no clip through a wall, and an entire action scene takes place that has literally no dramatic meaning other than the fact that like their stuff got stolen. But like if you just edit that out, none of the rest of the story hinges on the fact that this scene exists. It's a great scene. It's an incredible visual spectacle, but it has nothing to do with what's happening in the story. And it's like a good 10 minutes of the movie. Most of the second half of the movie feels like that. It's 10-minute sequences that you could literally just chop out and nothing would change about the film. And that makes the film very easy for children to digest. But as an adult, it left me wondering, why are we here? Why are we doing this? What is the purpose of these characters having done this? And unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, it really makes the characterization suffer. You know, Bowser, played by Jack Black, is a character who gets a lot more screen time in this film. But his character, despite that, has such an unsatisfying arc that it really makes it hard to enjoy his presence in the film, because it undermines who he is as a character. And I don't want to go too deep into it, but if you watch it, you'll agree that I think they try to do some things with the plot in terms of character development that are really just half thought out ideas. At the start of this film, as you've seen in the trailers, Bowser is shrunken, which is how he ends up in the end of the previous movie. And in this movie, he's kind of like almost like a pet of Mario and Luigi. He's like mini Bowser. They keep him in a tiny castle, and he's trying to work through his demons. You know, he's trying to be a reformed character. And in this film, I think like the concept of Bowser being the big bad of Super Mario Brothers it's so central to what Super Mario is that like no amount of character development that they were prepared to do for this character was solid enough for them to then easily pivot into having him serve that role at the end of the film. And I think there could have been a really incredible set of dynamics and tension between Bowser Jr., the Mario Brothers, Princess Peach. There's so much material there for conflict and tension and interest that just isn't in the back half of this movie. It's just not what the central conflict is about by the end of the film. And there's a point in this movie where everyone is fighting an enemy at the end that is not a character of the Mario Brothers franchise. It's kind of like it's something that exists in the Mario games as something that you fight, but it's not a character. And it feels so hollow for the characters who are adversaries to have so little reason to interact with each other outside of like the fact that this separate third party thing exists. It just felt really weird to me, because it's so easy that the fruit is hanging so low that it's swinging in the breeze, and the boughs of the tree of the fruit is scraping the grass as it swings. The fruit is on the floor, and they just didn't really take advantage of any of that stuff. Strangely, I don't know why. And I don't want to talk in metaphor too much, but yeah, I really think that like this movie would have been great as a third film. I just think it would have been much, much easier to explore the things they were trying to explore if they broke this out into two different movies. And I think there's so much material in Mario Brothers to make it two different movies that I'm kind of baffled that they went straight from Super Mario Brothers to Galaxy. Like, world was right there, and for whatever reason, they just decided that they could cram it. The sad part is that now they've kind of like blown the load a little bit. Like, you can't unbottle. You can't rebottle all of the stuff. Like going to Mario Odyssey places. This movie, we go to the desert in Mario Odyssey in like one of the first scenes of the film. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Exactly. Genuinely, it's not that there isn't any Mario content to cover. Like, we still haven't seen, like, Wario doesn't feature in this film at all. We don't see any, well, we see Sunshine stuff because it's Bowser Jr. But we don't see any Delfino Plaza, anything like that. Donkey Kong doesn't feature in this movie, although he featured in the first one. What other Mario aspects? I mean, we didn't get any like Yoshi's World stuff in this movie. Like Yoshi's Story. What other Mario things could they have covered? Man, they really like got all of the Easter chocolate and ate them all on the first day. You know what I mean? This really could have paced itself out. Does Bowser Jr. have an origin story, or does that continue to remain unknown? Bowser Jr.'s parentage is not explicitly covered in this film, other than Bowser being his father. We don't get an origin story to Bowser Jr. Mario Tennis. Yeah, maybe like Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, the movie. Could have been a thing. It's unfortunate. The movie is, I should reiterate, just to make this like a film critic sandwich, the movie is visually spectacular. Sonically, it's beautiful. I mean, like the music is incredible. The problem is that like the music is incredible because Mario Galaxy, the game, has incredible music. And the visuals are incredible because Mario, the franchise, has incredible character designs. The frustration I feel as a viewer is that I'm not the parts of this that I enjoy deserved to be appreciated more. They deserved to be savored. But instead, hearing the Gusty Garden Galaxy theme 3 times in the movie, 10 seconds, 10-second slices of Gusty Garden Galaxy throughout the film is not satisfying to me. Like, Gusty Garden Galaxy is like the cherry on top of an incredible cake that is Mario Galaxy, the game. And just like whipping it out, you can't just like give me a bowl of cherries. You know what I mean? Like, it's frustrating that we don't have a lot of the. I mean, there's an incredible series of bosses from Mario Galaxy. There's so much interesting material in that game that this film could have built on top of. But instead, we got like, you know what this movie reminds me of? You know that remix song that person made a few years ago of like all the pop music from like the 2000s, like the like 2010s. It's like, I used to know. It's like, what is it? You know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can get it. Pop mashup song 2010s. The DJ Earworm one. Yeah, I think that's it. This song, yeah. This is the Mario Galaxy movie. That's what the Mario Galaxy movie feels like. You don't get to appreciate any of the content that it's trying to reflect other than a brief moment. This film is swiping through the TikTok of the Mario Galaxy franchise, which is, again, amazing, but ultimately left me feeling a little bit deflated that for me to go back and appreciate these things, I would have to go and play the games. And I love the games, so that's not a bad thing, but it's almost like being spoiled, you know. If let's say my nephew, if I wanted him to play the games, he would now know all of the things. He would now have seen all of the sights, and in a much more eye-gasmic way than they are in the games. So it's kind of like undermining the artful, patient, savory aspects of the Mario franchise by taking all of the sugar from every game and cramming it into a film. So if I was to give this film a review score, genuinely, I think this is like this movie should be an 8 out of 10. It would be an easy 8 out of 10 if it just had a better screenplay, if it just had more discipline in the writing, if it prioritized an emotional center instead of just cramming everything it could possibly cram into 90 minutes, this would be an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 if it was really well told. Instead, it falls into something like a 6.5 for me. And genuinely, it's the back half of the movie. The first half of the movie is very competent. It's well told. It's interesting. It creates a lot of questions that it then fails to answer in a satisfying way. So it's not a 6.5 because it's boring or because it's lukewarm. It's a 6.5 because it goes for the dunk and stumbles and lands on its face. So maybe if I'm being super generous, we'll round it up to a 6.7. You know, 6.7 out of 10. That's my official score of the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Alrighty. This was tough. It was really tough for me. I really, really wanted this movie to be a lot better. And I left the theater going, oh man, I would have done that so differently. maybe like 6 months from now, we'll have like a full breakdown and I'll like explain in explicit detail what I would have changed. But that's for another day because it's only been out for like a week, so I don't want to spoil it for you guys. 6, 7 out of 10. Alrighty. I really would love to go into more detail about it. We'll do a spoiler review. Do you want to do a spoiler review? I can do that now. I'll rant for another half an hour if you want. Did I watch Project Hail Mary? I did watch Project Hail Mary 2 weeks ago, and I really liked it. I would watch it a second time. Totally different experience to the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I thought that the Ryan Gosling Galaxy movie was really good. I thought that my expectations were pretty low, but I was pleasantly surprised. I felt like it's been a long time since I've been able to appreciate the feeling of awe, AWE, that science fiction and adventure films can, only those kinds of genres can really offer that sense of awe without it then being kind of like corrupted into horror. I feel like Alien does the awe-inspiring, almost like philosophical challenging of the viewer with the insignificance of our place in the universe, by showing us something other than us. That great ocean of mystery is something that I love, that feeling. And to experience that feeling in a space that could have aspects of positivity to it, that could lift up rather than be depressing, I was very, very satisfied with it. I really, really appreciated it. And I found myself, and my wife had she said the same thing to me 2 days after we both watched it. She said, I've been thinking about it again. It's been on my mind. And I felt the same way. Project Hail Mary was on my mind days after I watched it. It's still like, it's a great film for that alone. That feeling of being able to take it with you is really, really nice. I mean, like Hereditary gave me that as well. But often, fear is something that fear as an emotional response is something that certainly can drive rumination. Thinking about something that scared you, but thinking about something that you liked or that made you sentimental. That's a really interesting and optimistic bet to make in a film. As somebody who's writing fiction myself, taking the audience members on a journey that is not overly political. I mean, Project Hail Mary does not shove in your face a humanitarian message to do with, it's not political. It's not ideological. Hey, Glonkle. I'm gonna watch some Pokemon gameplay, but I've been waiting to catch you streaming for like a week. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I think, I kind of lost my train of thought there. Sorry. It takes a lot to bet on positivity. And that's right. The film does it in such a way that's not political. It's not ideological. It's not like quote unquote woke. It's just an idea. It's just a simple idea that's given enough space to engender hope in the audience in a time that can feel very hopeless. It's just how would you describe it? Giving humanity a chance to show that it can be valuable. Beautiful. The idea that we can come together to overcome a problem is unfortunately political. Is it political? Yeah. I liked it a lot. It also does something that this isn't too spoilery because it's kind of in the promotional material, but one thing that I really liked about Project Hail Mary is there is a prospect that I had never really considered before today when it comes to alien invasion. Now, I watched the 2025 War of the Worlds film last week on Amazon. This is the Ice Cube movie where it was filmed during COVID. It's a webcam view of Ice Cube, right? Not Ice Tea, Ice Cube, reacting to a War of the Worlds situation. Every shot of this movie is either Ice Cube in front of a webcam or animation of like a UI of his computer screen where people are also on webcams where War of the Worlds is happening. And it's the dumbest movie you could ever imagine. Where like the plot of the movie is that the aliens feed on data, like information, and they like eat our internet. I watched Mercy 2 days ago as well. Mercy actually, digression of a digression here. I thought Mercy was an ill-conceived film, but it was actually watchable. Mercy is watchable. It's dumb. It's a dumb movie, but it's coherent as a plot or as the dramatic stakes are coherent. You can follow at least like what's happening. War of the Worlds is really just hot garbage. It's so bad. And it plays so fast and loose with like what is even capable, what technology even is. Like it's super dumb. And it hopes that the audience is even dumber. It's not good. It's worth a laugh, but took a lot to get through War of the Worlds. The point I was trying to make is that Project Hail Mary, on the other hand, it does have like things that I could criticize as someone who's like vaguely, I know enough about science to say, oh, is that really something that could happen? But it does something. It poses a question that I'd never really considered before when it comes to alien encounters, which is that it's possible and maybe even probable that life on other planets is wholly incompatible with life on Earth, such that what that life would consider a resource is completely separate to what we would consider a resource. They can't even breathe our air. They don't want our water. They don't care about oxygen. They have a completely separate set of interests. And so the typical alien encounter narrative in most sci-fi is that they would fight with us over resources. They want to eat our planet, that we need to defend ourselves against this other force. And Project Hail Mary does something where it says, well, hang on, what if you just have no interest in each other that way, but you have a common goal, a common threat, but no divergence of interest? Incredible. What a lovely thought. And totally plausible too. I mean, who knows what life could be elsewhere? So that was just like such a touching foundation to build a story and to place two characters within. You know, they're both experiencing existential threat, and neither of them have any interest in each other's resources or what they, there's no threat, zero threat. They have a common threat, but no reason to distrust each other. Beautiful. Beautiful. And you know, like, honestly, something that happens in real life. I mean, like, I think humans have spent so long in modern history considering the world in terms of conflict and resources, and the idea that, like, we can share and coexist almost seems like fantasy. But says who? It's a beautiful message. Maybe it is political. Maybe you're right. I also watched the Louis Theroux Manosphere film, the doco, a couple of weeks ago, and I guess the people on that would have something else to say about what men are supposed to do in the world and what the world is like. So maybe that's maybe people would disagree with me. I liked that too, Tomato. I liked that a lot. It was such an interesting film. I really liked it. Or like the frustration that it had that Grace couldn't like pilot his own ship. It's like, you're going too fast. You're going too slow. Like, it was just like much more dexterous than us, or just had like better command over its interacting with the world. Yeah, I think people will find it political, but I don't think it's meant to be political. A lot of good science fiction is, it's a bit broader than that, isn't it? What did Tolkien say? That he hated all forms of allegory. All right, speaking of story and narrative and allegory, I think it's time to reset the clock on my stream. We've been streaming for 1 hour and 30 maybe. And let's talk about some other stuff. So, Insignia, where are we at? I've taken a long break from this project. Let me do a quick... It feels like a long break anyway. The Great Boxing. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. It's been a little while since I've been thinking about Insignia. Although it feels like a little while because Easter got in the way. I've had like 5 days off in a row now. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So it feels like it's been a lifetime since I've been on this project. But obviously it was just last week. My brain has been in Easter eggs, chocolate, Fortnite mode for like 5 straight days. And I'm in a bit of a coma. I also have not been sleeping properly. Seems I can't get an answer. Hey, Throwvision, can I go back and read your... Do you know any live translator for streams or videos, browser extensions, programs, apps acceptable? I don't know. Sorry, buddy. I don't use them, so I wouldn't know. I know that YouTube automatically does that kind of stuff. Some people do. There's an OBS plugin I think you can get that'll do live translation. I don't have anything myself. Sorry. So sorry. So where are we at? Oh. I've had a number of calls not long ago that in the last week from eager volunteers who want to help with Insignia. And it kind of has been, I've kind of been, what's the word? I guess it's been front of mind thinking about how I should be taking advantage of my platform, my resources, even if it's not money, to explore more breadth. I want to do a little bit of an analogy here. I've been trying to explain this to people. As you know, over the holiday, you meet all your family and they ask you questions about the game, and you try to answer them, and you find yourself, at least I find myself when I'm explaining what I do and why it's taking as long as it does, I find myself reflecting on my personality, right? My insecurities. And especially in this prospective great grey boxing we're about to go into, there is a phenomenon that I notice in myself that I would like to spend a little bit of time examining and sharing with you, because it feels so blinding for me. It feels like it's like in front of my face while I'm trying to work on the game. And if I don't share it, I might just be consumed by it. I am the kind of person who, if I'm trying to solve a maze and I don't know what's in the maze, I will only ever approach one solution at a time. If I find myself against a wall, I'll backtrack, try another direction, right? And I do this very linearly and manually until I reach an ending. And doing this way can take a long time. And if you make a mistake, if you find yourself off in a corner and you have to go all the way back to here, it can be kind of brutal to have to backtrack or spend significant resources tracing through different parallel tasks to get to the solution. Another way to solve this would be breadth, right? It's like, imagine if the puzzle was, you were starting from this direction and there's an exit here, and you just got a big bucket of water and you poured all the water into the hole. The water would explore every possible nook and cranny at the same time. It would be extremely wasteful, but you would find it, right? You would find the way out just because you could explore every path. And you'd be doing it a lot faster than you would if you were doing it one step at a time on your own. And I, unfortunately, am just this kind of person that finds this thread of waste it's such a deterrent for me to invest energy that might get wasted, that I waste more time taking slow, careful steps than I do investing a lot of energy in lots of different areas, just seeing which things happen. And I've been experiencing this for like 10 years on the game. You know, I'm working very diligently on aspects of the game to do with its depth, getting the vertical slice right, you know, solving, sometimes iterating, solving, sometimes going back, finding a better path. And what I don't have is the breadth right now. And I need the breadth to calculate this total surface area, right? To budget the rest of the game, I need to say, okay, this is one chapter, but there's 5 of these chapters, and they need to interrelate to each other. And some of these paths actually stick together. So now in the 9th year of development, I'm spending finally some more resources going wide. And the frustrating part is that you can't do this original style of search, this one where you do single-threaded, just find the right way out. You can't do this with other people. You can only do it alone. And I've been building the game this way. I've been building the game as I just do one thing. And I just do one thing, and I just do one thing, I just do one thing. I solve all of chapter 1, and then I get my team to come through and make it look pretty and whatever. But they can only fill in the parts I've already validated. Whereas there would be a more efficient way of building this game. And that could be, like, for example, I have this problem where, hey Walker, how's it going? I have this problem where I only can do one thing at a time. So if there are multiple puzzles, you know, this is where the analogy falls apart, but imagine this was like multiple dimensions of puzzle. You know, there would be a degree to which swapping to another axis would be beneficial. Like, I had this analogy in a video I made a few years ago where, you know, imagine you're trying to turn a block of marble into a statue, but you only try to solve the whole statue from one side. You try to like fully render out the character's form from one side, and then you permit yourself to look at the next side. That would just be painful, because the stuff that's happening here would inform what's happening here. And my brain is just so locked on doing one thing at a time. Like, maybe I should be pitching to publishers at different scales right now. Maybe I should be pitching to like 12 publishers. Maybe I should be putting a demo out for streamers to play now, getting feedback on that. Maybe I should have pushed the merch without doing samples, and then just update the merch after the samples. You know, there's all of these things that I won't do because I fear the consequences of what will happen if they go wrong. You know, it's possible that with the merch thing, right? It's like I design a t-shirt. Okay, I could just do the design and go straight to print, right? Start selling them. Money, money, money. And if I do this, maybe the customer satisfaction, you know, you guys, maybe 75% of you will find this good value and good quality. If, however, instead I go, no, first we do proofs, like samples. We do multiple rounds of those. This whole thing could take 1 week. This thing where we do proofs, and then I get them delivered, and I do another proof, and I get it delivered, and I do another proof, and then we go to print. This might take 6 weeks, and maybe 85% of you are satisfied with the product. I almost always choose this option. Whether or not, I don't think I'm very good at evaluating this. I think I see this and I think, well, that might as well be 15 or 25%. Like, I think I value people not having a good experience much, much, much more than reaching many, many people. Because it's possible that this, let's just say we do another, this is run 1. It's possible that by run number 2, we have new designs. We do the same thing again, right? New shirts. But this time we get this to 80%. Because I learned from this run. Different design, different brand, whatever. It's possible this could be worse if I change it. Maybe this falls down to 65. But by run 3, you know, maybe by then I'll have it with a new design. Maybe this will hit 85. So the concern here is that I'll only have done 1 run in 3 iterations versus 3 runs with 1 iteration each. And there will be people who fall into this category and this category and this category. Like, take 75%, multiply it by 0.65, and then multiply that by 0.85. And you probably have something that's still like 50%, maybe like 40. That could be 40% of people. This is hypothetical, but like imagine 40% of people buy 3 t-shirts. They buy this one, they buy this one, they buy this one. 3 different designs. Versus 80% of people, or 85 or whatever, buying 1 t-shirt. Right? It's a failure of my reasoning because I'm so averse to negativity that I could make lots of people happy. It's not even about satisfaction. It's not even about like making people happy, because I could be making people happy this way, right? It's more people are happy this way, hypothetically. But more people are also unhappy, right? Okay, this way, maybe there's only 15% of people who have a negative experience. And maybe in this version, it could be like 35% have a negative experience, right? I don't want anybody to have a negative experience. In the way I try to do it is like this number should be decreasing to 0, right? Or it should be increasing to 100, sorry. Like it should be to me that like by run 2, 100% of people are happy. So the mentality here is like start slow, keep retention. Right? It's long term. If I plant all of my seeds perfectly, eventually I'll have lots of trees. This is fail fast. Right? This person who gets to 100 the fastest, the reality is that even if, I mean, these are different values philosophically, right? Like one of these values is something like, one of the values is if you care about other people's experience, it's worth it to go slow in the long run. It's worth it to go slow. And the other one is it's okay to break a few eggs if you want to learn how to make a good omelet. You have to. And I think it's like a compassion thing. It's like I'm so scared about hurting people. The thought, when I design my shirts, the thought of somebody spending their money on this design, on a cool shirt with this design, getting it in the mail, and then going, oh, It didn't come out the way that it looked like on the website. That kills me. It kills me. I hate that idea. I don't want to hurt anybody. I want everyone who gets one of these shirts to go, whoa, that's so sick. The problem is that if you dial in, yeah, I know. I know. It's true though. It's true. I do have a lot of fear around finishing the game and disappointing people. I do. And I think I need to somehow get around this. I need to be better than this. And it's not that I need to kill this part of my brain in order to do this. It's like I need to be able to have gears that I switch into. I need to be smart enough to make good choices, even if those choices are against my nature or my intuition, because that intuition is not always right. Like, I trust my gut, but that gut is I have this theory, okay? And I think I stole this from Jordan Peterson, but then I appropriated it into something better. And now I use it as like a summary for all of the psychology work that I did last year and the year before. I kind of like found a value that I use to guide my life that it's like a higher value than all my other values. It's like my guiding compass. And it actually is the compass. It's not the value. It's a way of interpreting values. Okay, here's what it is. You can go through life making choices based on two kinds of criteria. There is targeted orientation, right? I want to get to here, and I'm making these decisions to get me closer to this target, right? So there's heading towards north. And then there is fear-based decision-making of, I just don't want to go south, anywhere but south. There's a problem with this. And you can analogize this into running towards heaven or away from hell. Running away from hell does not take you to heaven. Running away from hell takes you here, anywhere. It could lead you in any direction. It doesn't lead you to your goal. It just leads you away from something bad. In fact, doing nothing, standing still, will also not lead you to hell. But standing still sucks. This is like, you could go in circles for 10 years if you want, running away from hell. In order to move towards heaven, you have to be driven by some kind of positive vision, some target. So for me, when I look back at this, saying I am afraid of people not liking the quality of my merch, that doesn't lead to me releasing the merch. Because I can just not release the merch and not disappoint anyone, right? Criteria met. If I don't want to disappoint people and I don't release it, I already win. Right? If that's my goal, is to not disappoint anybody, I'm already doing that by not releasing it. That's dumb. That's not what I need. What I need is to be releasing the merch. What I need is for people's feedback on the merch, and to be, it has the reason why I'm doing the merch has a purpose. I know. So the difference between this and this, I think there's something here about there's actually I think I can break this down. It's the difference between due diligence, E, NCE, versus carelessness. In fact, this one is the one on top in this case. This is the thing that I need to be, I don't know. I somehow need to be able to navigate this better. Because to me, this feels careless. It feels like I don't give a shit, right? If I was just like, here's the print, go. I don't need samples. Let the people take the samples. If it looks like crap, oh well. That feels bad to me. It feels careless. Whereas this feels like I really care. It feels like I'm putting in the work, making sure that it's good quality. It feels like I'm doing the right thing by the viewers. And I guess I don't know how to disseminate that. I disseminate how to disentangle that. I don't know how to separate it. Setting expectations is very good. Yeah? Very good. Yeah, to myself and to my audience. Yeah, that's true. Because like the reason why I don't have this problem with the alpha is because it's called an alpha. Right? I tell everyone, hey guys, this is a version of the game that's not finished. So if you want to play it to help me out, here it is. No one feels bad if the game's not finished. So I guess the difference here is that there's no such thing as an alpha t-shirt. You spend the money or you don't spend the money. Maybe we could have done like a 50% off for like an initial run or something. Maybe I could have sold them at a discount, just to see what people think. In fact, that would have been really smart, is like sell them at cost for the first little bit, get people's feedback, make changes based on data, what people think, and then until people are satisfied, then I sell them for a profit. Like maybe that could have been a strategy that would have been better for the t-shirts. Now, if I'm super clear about this is like the difference between like 4 weeks. It's not a huge thing. It's not been taking up any extra time of mine. I've been enjoying getting the samples. I don't mind waiting. And I'm not sure that we would have enough demand for the merch to know that we could even do, like, I don't know if I could even suffer 2 failures, you know, or like samples. If people like bought a sample, they might not get the real thing for profit. So I just make nothing on them. So I think the way that I've done this is fair, but I think I still feel critical of my mind, because this thing is kind of like a micro version of like something that I experience all the time with my game. And not just with the game, like reaching out to publishers, like Scene Graph, Retrobox, all these things that are potential revenue streams for the game, that by now I could have potentially had a much more solid business around the content creation, around indie tales, if I was more open to taking risks and if I cared less about people's expectations not being met. But I think you're right. It's about setting the expectations, right? That's really what it's about. Setting expectations. And I think there's something in that I need to be really careful of, or it's the key out of this. It's the shovel to get out of this hole, which is that if I set the expectations lower, then I don't need to reach so high. So what would a version of lowering expectations be for each of the different things, you know, in the game? How do I lower expectations? Yeah. Like scene graph, I think we could do a 1.0 version with no connections. And we could sell it for cheap. And then we could see how much interest there was and then add features as we go. Man, this is so obvious now. God, I'm so glad I did this with you guys. You really helped me just now. It just clicked. I was chatting with my my sister. I have a sister who has a marketing degree and has worked in marketing for many years. And on Sunday, I was chatting with her about her business that she started. She has a tallow business. Tallow is like animal fat that you can use. You can like whip it, kind of like you can like process it to make it into like a cream that you use for like skin and stuff. It's like a natural skin salve. And she started this business in like a couple of years ago. And it's been going really well. She's like quitting her job, and like her husband's gonna work for the business instead of working for his job, and she's like starting an empire here. She's killing it. And one of the things that like I really understand, we were having this conversation and I felt super qualified. I didn't feel like an imposter at all talking about the business. I understood like every aspect that she talked about. I was like, oh yeah, I'm familiar with that, and I guess you would have this problem, or, you know, how do you get around this? And it was really good to chat with her. But the key thing that I kept noticing is that the reason why she's seeing so much success and I feel like I'm not is because she has turnover. She has a product, it's a small product, and she is constantly able to make that product better over time with her active consumer base. Like she has people who make orders, you know, she's selling out to pharmacies. She has a machine that is, you know, she's in a car on a road trip and I'm in the garage making the car. And it's very hard to know how to build a car for the road trip if you're not on the road. So the difference is she's got a much smaller car. She's got a much simpler product. There's just fewer steps involved in producing it. And so she can work on the business side of it, the marketing and the rest of it, distribution, all that stuff, turning it into something profitable in ways that I can't because I'm making fiction, making a, you know, video game, entertainment. It's a very different kind of business. But nonetheless, the experience, the fatigue that I feel, and the pressure that it puts on me as an individual, I think is rooted in the fact that so much of the success of this business is based on deferred gratification and speculation that I can't tolerate any longer. at the same time, I am not prepared to compromise what my game is. It's not possible. I won't do it. I love what Insignia is. I would never make a smaller game than Insignia. I would never make Insignia smaller. We talked about cutting a chapter last week, and it didn't work. It didn't feel right. I wanted to give it a Steelman test. I wanted to see what it would look like. I could still rewrite the game to be smaller, but I don't think that it significantly changes the amount of effort that it would take. So it means that I have to find other ways. I mean, this is literally George Lucas. When he made Star Wars, he made all of his money on merchandising. It was the figures that made all the money. The movie is the movie, but the IP was so valuable that that's what kind of like funded the rest of the Star Wars franchise, at least from his side. So for me, I think that I should learn from that model. I think supplementing big creative work with smaller merchandisable things is probably the play, because what I find, the position that I find myself in with the game is this. And this is it, pals. This is like the problem. If I just work on Insignia and I don't have any other thing that I'm offering to anybody, and I need to spend 10 years working on this game, I already have spent 10 years, but even if it's 2 more or 10 more man years, right? Say I need 5 people for 2 more years or 10 people for 1 more year, whatever it is. Without some kind of business with overheads and turnover, I am asking for the money. Yo, Gurjan Singh, thank you so much for the subscription on YouTube. And if I'm asking for the money, that requires other people to take a bet on me. I'm depending on other people giving me that money. And if I'm depending on other people giving me that money, then I'm dependent on their valuation of what that's worth, which means I'm liable to having to give up a lot of equity in the game. So I need to make a decision consciously what it's worth for me to be secure. I'm really just looking at this, right? It's let's write it down. Publisher, platform, or self-fund, or Kickstarter. It's just the trade-offs. This, I lose, I get funded, but I only get maybe like 30% of the profit. Platform deal, if it happens, I'm not in control. I would get funded. I lose like exclusivity timing. Exclusivity and control over creative, or maybe like time control. And maybe that would be the same with the publisher too. With self-funding, the funding is, I'm not sure. I would get the funding properly. I'm not sure I would be able to, what's the word? I mean, there's no certainty. But I get to keep the control. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. I'm doing well. How are you? And then Kickstarter, I mean, I might get the funding. There's sort of like, I get to keep most of the control. I do give up opportunity because I make promises that I'd have to keep. It's like control over like direction. But I lose control over like certain aspects of the marketing campaign or the, you know, release timeline. People might get upset if I don't release it in a certain amount of time. I think honestly, like Kickstarter would be a great fit for the project. My concern with Kickstarter is that there's no guarantee on how much I would get, and I have to put my cards on the table before we start. That's really the biggest issue with it, is that I have to make a big bet on the game. Now, I think going back to my compass metaphor, universal, I think it would be based on the expectations that I set. So it's optimism, plus set expectations. So what I should be driven by here, I think that's it. I think I've nailed it. This is my like Adam's decision-making mechanism. The decision-making apparatus for the next 2 years is basically going to be this. We should do whatever is the most aspirational thing we could possibly do that allows us to set expectations relative to the risk. That's it. Aim as high as you like, as long as it's within your ability to set expectations. If you can't set expectations in order to say yes, then it's too risky. If you can't afford to set expectations, it's too risky. And if you can't get what you want, if you can't afford to be optimistic, it's probably not interesting enough. There are other feasibility things about that we need to care about as well. But I think the thing that I should not look at is like the negatives. Like the fear that I won't have enough time. If I have funding, if someone gives me, you know, if someone says, Adam, I'll give you $1 million. Can you scope the game out and tell me how long you can make the game take to release? I should say yes, and I should do my best job to give them a good number. Even if that feels really scary, even if I'm scared of disappointing people by doing a bad job of being a director, that's not what I'm using to fuel the decision. Failure is not the thing I'm concerned about. What I should be concerned about is, can I give a reasonable answer? Can I set expectations? Do I know what failure looks like? If I can't set expectations, then the fear aspect is irrelevant. It's just logically not a good choice. Maybe there's something here about like, I don't think I've nailed it yet. I think I'm talking almost, I'm dancing around the thing, but I'm not there quite yet. It's like, can I afford to fail in whatever endeavor it is? Is failure terminal, or is it just temporary or necessary? It's possible that I might need something like yeah. For example, for me to fund this game, for me to release this game, I'm considering scaling the team up. If I'm going to work with a team, let's say I want to work with 6 animators, right? I already have 2. So we need 4 extra. Oh my gosh, 4. I should stop looking at the camera while If I need 4 extra animators, I need to work with 4 extra animators. And it might mean I have to work with 8 extra animators to find the 4 that would be suitable. So I should be okay with meeting 8 animators, bringing them on, doing tests, and then saying the uncomfortable sorry if 4 of them don't work out. I shouldn't delay engaging with animators because I don't want to disappoint the 4 that I won't say yes to. I gain nothing by holding off. In fact, I lose opportunity and time. So every opportunity that's in front of me, I should be saying yes to right now and releasing the MVP version of that thing right now. Like, even this is false. It's a false choice. Because why can't I do this and this and this and this? Why can't I do all of the things? Like, there's no reason why we can't release Scene Graph and do the merch thing and run a Kickstarter and then go and check for publishers and see what they think about what's left. We don't have to solve all of the problems with one funding source. And it's the same thing again. It's this thing. I just did it. I literally just did it. You can flood fill a maze. You don't have to do single-threaded depth first search. Right? You can flood fill. I need to be able to do that. I need to be able to do that. So how do we flood fill this? I guess my only concern with this is that I lose momentum trying to do that. But then it comes down to delegation. You have to delegate if you can't do it all. It still needs to be done. It just can't all be done by you. Oh my gosh. Hey, Diego Pout. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. So then what is it? What is it that we do? How do I do? I guess I got to write this stuff down. I'm literally like, you guys, thank you so much. I really needed this today. I really needed this. Okay. We're going to do this literally on stream too. Okay. I no longer have archaeology, but I'll call this JM. So JM, I was talking about that museum game that I might maybe help someone out with. Propose art style and mock-up. Production. Okay, I need to do that. I was hiding that from you. And then separately, consider budget, timelines, resource per week. Okay. I literally do need to what's an actionable thing I need to do in that area? Yep. This is, I I need to think about, yes, probation period, goals. I also need to redistribute my time a little bit here too. Okay, merch. These might actually come. Oh, let's have a look. How far away are these? Just gonna check the tracking. One sec, pals. Did Homeboy, who was helping with scene graph, free up? No, he got a little bit more. Oh, it's already here. Cleared customs. Tracking pending. I think I might have to pay for customs once it comes in. They might need for me to pay for that, and then it might take a few more days. I hope it doesn't come while I'm gone. Okay, so that'll be in a couple of days then, the merch. Okay. So then we'll do a pixel art run. We don't do this anymore, so this becomes merch. This is Insignia production. Okay. Hey, he does stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. Cheers. Okay. Other aspects of the business. There's also content creation stuff that I'd love to work through. This is like become a psychology stream. This kind of, I think I need like to swap these out into separate things. I think like this, and this probably need to go into here. We do need to do a new demo. I think we are... Oh, we're not done with that yet, are we? This is like not relevant right now. This is relevant. This is not super relevant right now though. Wouldn't you love it too if Earth had a 48 hours day and humans evolved for staying awake for days that long? I would love if I could pause time every day for 12 hours. So I get to sleep 8 hours. Every day goes the same way, but at 10 p.m. at night, time stops for everybody else except me for 12 hours. Yeah. Just being able to like duck out. No, I wouldn't age faster because that's the rules. If I could make that happen, oh baby, I'd be so happy. I would love that time. I just work on Insignia myself. I just finish it in like half the time. And I would never have to give up anything. I just do everything the way that I wanted it to. I do all the art, I do all the code, I do the porting, I do the quality assurance, I do the merch, I do everything. And it'd be fine. Okay. This doesn't go anywhere because that's already there. All right. Man, I really have to put the trailer out. I think I can do another trailer later. But I really, really, really need to finish the trailer and put it out. I think we're at that point. Yeah, I get it. do you know what it is? Do you know what it was that I really wanted to save? A couple of things. One, the current combat is so good in the trailer. Will be so good in the trailer. Having the Wolverine, Barbarian, and the Langston mixed in with that trailer, super valuable. I was wrong to hold it back. I think we would have got a lot more wish lists in the time since. However, I'm going to set expectations. I'm going to put the trailer out on the Steam page and I'm not going to put it on YouTube. That's my way of setting expectations. Because I think, well, maybe I should put it out on YouTube. I guess it's a question of like, what is the, hang on, let's go back to the thing. What is the thing I'm trying to avoid? I guess my concern is that you only get one shot at like a proper trailer, right? Like there's something about Like, you know, like Steam Next Fest. You only get one of those. You know, there's like for some things, failing fast doesn't exist. You can't fail fast at Steam Next Fest. You just fail if you just do it too early, because you only get one of those. So with trailers, I think it's kind of similar. Like, I could update the Steam page with the new trailer every 2 weeks if I wanted, and nobody would know how many trailers had been released. But if I put a trailer on my YouTube channel and it doesn't get many views, what do? I just delete it and just re-release it? Like, what do I... Because you don't want to see like 6 trailers on the YouTube channel in a year. Like, what is the answer there? There would be some version of missing the mark and failing. Everyone does what? What do people do? I do need to start thinking from a position of pride rather than fear. Pride needs to be the much louder feeling of just like, look at this cool thing I made, rather than, oh no, what if people don't like this cool thing I made? What if everyone thinks my thing is not cool? Release and delete. Yeah. Would you know better than... You would know better than us. Are there negative algo repercussions for release and delete? Do you know what? I don't know. One of the reasons why I think I'm like this actually is the algorithm. I think the YouTube algorithm really hurt my psychology. I have a video about this actually. Content creation, game funding. This video goes into a fair bit of detail about my experience with trying to do what I'm doing right now, which is fund my game on content creation. And some of this is, I mean, a lot of this part in the middle here, actually, like, it's like the meat that I'm talking about. And probably one of the biggest things is the sense of discouragement that you get when the YouTube algorithm suddenly stops. It just stops promoting your videos as well as it promoted other videos. Can I show you something absolutely insane? Let me show you something. This is like one of the most insane things, I think. It's hard for me to even explain, like, there's no explanation for this other than like, lol, YouTube is just doing whatever the hell they want. Let me show you something. This is like the reason why, like, it's hard to even trust the algorithm anymore. Because like YouTube does this thing where it shows you in the stream channel, like in the streamer YouTube studio dashboard, it will show you like metrics, right, about specific videos, and it will have little like automated text describing to you why a certain video didn't do so well or this or that. This thing that happened to one of my videos Makes no goddamn sense. I don't understand. Other than algorithm is doing whatever it wants. This video is a video I put out a few years ago. It's the one about Princess Peach. It's the biggest video I've got in the last year. It has 720, almost 750,000 views at the moment. But for a long time, it had just about 600K. Okay? It just sort of sat at 600K. It was climbing pretty organically, right? Like this line here is pretty cool. And then there was just a point where it just stopped recommending it to other people. And I'm okay if that's like just how YouTube works. You know, after a certain amount of time, a certain video just won't get promoted as much as others. That makes sense to me. But I don't really think that this video has any kind of like dating aspects to it in terms of like, it's not a video about a contemporary thing. It's a video about a retro thing. And so as long as that thing is still relevant, which is it is, the design of the Nintendo Entertainment System, Princess Peach on Mario Brothers, if you put the same video in front of different people a year later, the same click-through rate should happen. It's really just the fact that it's older content that should push it down. However, what is this? What is that? Why after 470, 500 days of the video existing, is this video suddenly getting like hundreds of views per hour when it was getting 0 views per hour like a week before? It's weird. You can't, it's frustrating as a creator because I'll have videos that do something like this. Check this out. Let me show you like the opposite of this. This one's a little harder to show because it's yeah. All right. So this video is a video on state machines that I did. It's a programming video. Okay. This video is done really well. This is kind of like what I would expect. It's like an evergreen kind of curve. But at the start of this video, when this video was only a week old, YouTube, this is like this gray area is what YouTube would normally recommend my videos to people. So the viewership for the first like month that this video was out, this was my worst video I'd ever put out. Like YouTube wasn't promoting it. It was getting like very few views by comparison. And over time, month by month, it pushed all the way up so that now it's at like the upper bound of my videos that I've ever put out. I've got other videos that have this same sort of thing, but are more drastic. Like it started with like way lower viewership than regular. And then over time has gone up to like here. This is the state machine video, the first one. So the frustration here is that as a YouTuber, you don't really know when you should be listening to the algorithm because the algorithm doesn't seem to know what it wants. And the same content can be getting lots of views or no views arbitrarily. Like it doesn't seem to have a clear idea about how it should work. And I guess that's just the YouTube developers changing knobs and that just changing how things work. So as a content creator or someone who's trying to build a business, my frustration is that I'm using this data to plan what I should be doing. And the negative signals of this video didn't get very many views are a lot louder than the positive signals of, yeah, this is doing well, or this is doing as you should expect. Because you want to be driven by by the outcomes, right? That you hope to achieve one day. You hope that your videos get more views as time goes on, and you succeed in drawing a bigger audience and whatever. And you hope that you don't get less views, fewer views, right? But if you can't control the direction of this needle, you just feel anxious. It makes you not want to do anything. You know, sometimes I'll put a video out. The video will be an hour long. It'll get no views. I'll put a video out that's 5 minutes or 10 minutes long. It gets plenty of views. The length of the video almost feels like it has no correlation to how many views a video gets. And I guess like from a consumer side, you would probably go, well, yeah, well, sure, why not? But for me, it's like the ones that are longer, I've put more effort into. The ones that I care more about doing well are ones that I care, that I want other people to like. And so if I correlate the videos that I like versus the videos that do well, and I can't find a correlation that's like 1-to-1, then I feel like I don't know what people like. So I don't know how to reproduce it. That's kind of what it feels like to me sometimes. And it makes me anxious, right? I mean, it means I don't know what I need to be doing to make people happy, or maybe what people like is not what I want. And that sucks too. So like that video with the Princess Peach thing, that video was like, I made it in a weekend. It's just like all my other ones. To me, it's like one of 30 that I think of as just like, yeah, I made the video because I needed to make a video, and I had fun making it, but I wouldn't have thought about it if it didn't do well. If that video had 20K views, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Instead, it's got 750,000. It's my third biggest video of all time. It's the same as all my other ones. It's just about Princess Peach. Hey, it's Bear. I do make content around the game in general. It's just, maybe again, like defensively, I have been discouraged from making videos that are just about Insignia, but they exist on the channel. There's plenty of them. Well, Swizz, I think like when a video does well, it's easy to say, I see why this video did well. It's when a video doesn't do well that it's hard to say why it didn't do well. Like the screenshot remix videos I just released. The first one, it did okay compared to all my other videos. It's pretty low effort. You know, the Armin sprite's pretty small, and it's Armin, right? It doesn't relate to anything else. The second one has Link in it. It's one of my favorite pixel art things I've ever done. It looks so cool. I think the thumbnail is killer. No one's clicking on it. You know, like it's probably one of my lowest click-through videos ever. Like the click-through rate's like terrible. So like what? And now the point I'm trying to make is that like I shouldn't be looking at the analytics. I should just make what I want to make. Because ultimately, no matter what, if there's any correlation between what I make and if I want to make content, I need to have the courage to just make it and not worry about what bad things that are happening. Everyone sneezed. No one saw the thumbnail. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is, like, among pixel art fans, like, Metal Slug is one of the most celebrated pixel art games of all time. Like, Metal Slug 3 is, like, it's considered, like, the holy grail of pixel art. Maybe I'm just too caught up in what pixel artists like. And I should be thinking about what gamers like. And I do have plans to do other popular games. Like, we might do Celeste next or something like that. But I still think it's a really cool video. I would click on that video. There isn't a single video I couldn't explain. Okay, well, explaining after the fact again is not... It's an easier trick than explaining before the fact. But I still think that video should do well. You can still create content on your passions, but mastering the structure of the information is mutually beneficial. More people see it, the more, and you get more reward. Yeah. I mean, I'm learning, of course, and it's okay if the link one doesn't do that great. I'm okay with it. I think I know what will and won't work for future. Like, I think I'm learning. My point is, I suppose, I'm trying to diagnose what should be driving my decision making so that I don't get discouraged from making things. Because I've been discouraged for a long time. And it's kind of the problem with the content creation algorithm thing is it's kind of an amorphous feeling. Because it's not about, how do I put it? Oftentimes making content as a content creator is like you are putting part of yourself in a video. You're trying to appeal to people, but you also want them to click on it for a different reason. You know, you're trying to satisfy existing viewers while still getting new viewers. This is called Leonardo for Windows. So there's a lot of like a lot of competing reasons why you would care about making content. And so there's a lot of emotionality kind of mixed up in it. So when something doesn't do well, or when there's like a trend happening where your content's just not getting as many views or whatever it is, like it's so hard not to take that personally and not to just get discouraged by it. And I'm just the kind of person where maybe I'm just like emotionally kind of immature. Like it's okay if this is true. I'm talking about this with you guys because it helps me process it. But like, I'm a sensitive person. I get offended really easily if something that I put a lot of care and effort into doesn't get appreciated. Maybe that's like a narcissistic trait or something. I don't know. But I work really hard, and the feeling of something that you worked really hard on getting ignored hurts because you make it for other people. And I don't really want to change how I feel about that because I don't want to make things just for me. It's not the point of communicating. You know, if I wrote 100 books and then I never gave them to anyone, I just kept them in my house. It's like, well, what's the point? Who's it for? So in a way, you have to be receptive to what other people think about you. You have to. And that's the good and the bad. And my ego is unfortunately not so inflated that I ignore what people think. You know, I know that like, if I just didn't care so much about negative sentiment, I could move a lot faster. But I want to care about negative sentiment because it makes me accountable. So anyway, that wasn't, all of that was not to say, to reintroduce a new problem. That was just to sort of explain why I have been so risk averse as opposed to goal oriented in the last couple of years, really. It's been really challenging. It's been really challenging. Well, the thing is, Swizz, like, at least for now, I think a lot of what makes the YouTube content, like, what's the word? I'm not really prepared to treat YouTube like just a job. I'm not prepared to just like go, oh, let's make, well, I don't know. How do I put it? We were talking about setting expectations before. I think I just need to understand that when a video doesn't do well, whether it's temporarily the case or consistently the case, if I did it for me, just don't be bothered by the fact that it doesn't do that well. Like, set my own expectations on the results rather than try to set other people's expectations. And that also means, like, sometimes I make a video in a fashion that's not ideal. I make it in a fashion that allows me to finish it. And if that video doesn't get it doesn't min-max view-wise, that's also okay, because I knew that I couldn't put that much effort into it to begin with. And that's also okay. So it's not like, it's not like right now I'm trying to prioritize upload frequency. Like these last two videos, they're not my favorite video I've ever made, but they're videos I can make. And so if I can just keep making them, you know, I'll be doing this, right? First video, it was good. Second video, maybe I didn't catch what made the first one work. Maybe I took a misstep or something like that. Or maybe the algorithm just takes time. Third video maybe will be better. Do people like the things they make? I don't know. Yeah. It's okay. Like, I also think, like, there is something as well about, like, creating the audience you want rather than trying to pander to an audience you don't have. Like, I don't want to make videos defensively. I want to make videos aspirationally. If I think that they're cool, the people who watched them and discovered that they liked them and watched the next ones are the ones who will help other people be introduced to them. So that's how I want to be with it. But literally my goal right now is just make a video a week or every 2 weeks. Like that's all it is. If I can do that for like 4 videos in a row, like that's a huge win for me. Just having an upload schedule would be insane. Okay. I think it will too. I think people just don't, it's an unfamiliar thing. If I do like 12 of them, by the 13th one, people I think will start catching on and start doing it themselves. It'll be a trend. I'm pretty confident. It's a cool idea. I think the format is not quite right yet. If we do want to talk about it a little bit on stream. I made a mistake when I recorded this last video. I didn't time lapse it while I was recording it. And I think that hurt me a lot. Another mistake is that the video is, so the first video is kind of like short enough that the instructional part of the video where I'm just talking is like most of the video, and the creation is like a little bit in the middle. Like it feels very like I'm sort of like talking to the viewer a lot more than I am working. Whereas this video, a lot of it is, wait, why is this not edited? Timeline 1, hang on. This video, like a lot of it is me talking between very fast time lapses of me making it. And I haven't yet mastered how to do a story over a time lapse, but it's probably not this way. I think it has to be me talking while it's being created. Maybe I like go like 8x, 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 1x for like 10 seconds while I explain something, or 20 seconds. And then I go, or like 0.5x, slow, 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 slow. Notice how I do this, da, 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 and then zoop, go back up to fast forward speed. Whereas this, it's more like 8x, 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 cut to me talking. It's too fast and there's too many cuts to really appreciate. And I'm doing so much zooming just because while I'm working that it's kind of disorienting to follow what's being made on the screen. I think that's a big part of it. Another part is like, I think there's some opportunities here to do a little bit more appreciation of the game and the screenshot before I start drawing. Like, one of my favorite videos that did actually quite well is the top-down pixel art analysis. This video is done really well. It's got 1 million views. And this one, I spent a lot of time analyzing lots of screenshots. And then at the end, I paint in some content. So if I swap the ratio to be kind of more similar to that, where it's like 50% appreciation, 50% creation, or like remixing, then I think that works too. I mean, I really love this video. It's just I covered so much territory in this 43 minutes. Monster video. Yeah. But I did do a lot of research. I think that the challenge for me right now in my channel is there's kind of like, when you cover the basics on any topic, there's so much value in everything you say, because everything is valuable. Nobody knows anything who's watching, so you're giving them valuable thing after valuable thing. When you have covered that already and you start trying to tackle niche content, because that's all that's left, you need to find ways to make a lot of volume still, but you've already covered the basics. So now you have to sort of spread it out a bit or explain things more for the value to be more obvious. Like, you know, we were talking about low-hanging fruit before. It's like, now the fruit's up there and I need to help you reach it. you know, and I'm finding it super interesting, but like I need to convince you that it's even worth being interested in. Whereas like top-down pixel art games is a much broader and familiar category than Metal Slug 3, you know? So I think I'm pretty principled in that I don't want to retread. But it's already hurting me because there are already other Aseprite tutorials that people are watching instead of mine. Because mine, you know, it got like 1.5 million views, and then it's like, okay, it's now 5 years old. What am I going to do? Make a new how to use Aseprite video in 2026? Maybe I should. It just feels icky to me to just like make the same video 5 years later. But maybe that's life. Like I would literally just beat for beat say the same things. That Aseprite video that I made, I think it's perfect. Like I just don't want to. All I could do is put more of the keyboard shortcuts on screen. Yeah. Which, hey, maybe I should do that, but like, it's weird for them to both be up on the channel at the same time. I think it's the difference between the channel as a resource. That's how I've always thought about it. That, you know, Indie Tales is like, it's a place like a library. You go through and you find a video and you sit down and you watch it. And you get something useful out of it, as opposed to like like a live, like a living kind of like soap opera or something. You know, it's not like what's happening this week on Indie Tales. It's more like, yeah, going through the annals. But I mean that. It's the reason why a lot of my videos get so many views, and it's also the reason why I can't double up on certain videos. Well, Taralis, like, I love that idea. And when I made, I'm kind of embarrassed about this. When I made this video here, the We Are So Back video, that, what you're describing is what I was thinking of when I was saying that I want to make new content. I want to make niche game content that's like incredibly valuable. And I did do it. 2 of these videos are actually pretty good, and I've got more planned, but they're quite time consuming to make those ones. And it takes a bit of time to get them right. Yeah, like the video that I'm preparing on, and maybe this is just like, again, another like one for me. Maybe this isn't even like for everybody. Maybe it won't do that well. But this video, it's like there's something about this video that I'm just it feels like a gold nugget, but it's, or like a golden egg, but I don't want to drop it and break it. You know, I only have like one chance at making this one, and I don't want to screw it up. And it might not even be gold to anybody else. It's just gold to me. I like it. But what's going to be valuable about it is the communication, and it requires, I think, a lot of visuals. Like when you start getting conceptual about things, you have to communicate visually very clearly. Like Like, this is not something people really even understand they need a lot of the time. Or could use. Like, who is the audience for this video? Like, programmers who are also designers. Not pixel art enjoyers. So, I don't care. Like, I will make what I want to make. Dudes, I just love this friggin' thumbnail. I just think this is the coolest thumbnail of any video I've put out, in my opinion. I like this one. I think this one's sick as hell. And way better than a lot of my older ones. Actually, I like this one too. It's pretty good. But so many of these are kind of meh compared to like, bro, I love this thumbnail. Anyway. All right. Oh, thank you, Darshini. I appreciate that. I didn't quite get this right. I didn't quite nail this. I think setting expectations feels right. There's something there that we hit. Oh, thanks, Arya. Yeah, dude. I mean, if I had a guarantee that if I was secure in my financially and I wasn't working on Insignia, I would just make awesome YouTube videos about solving cool problems, you know? And I might do them similarly to like how this guy's channel for game dev, I would just do that. I would just do cool prototypes all the time. I'd just be like, hey, I solved this problem. Use it in your game. Or like, here's this cool game idea I made, you know? And then some of those games become, the other one would be, is it, no, her name is Queen of Shitty Robots. Simone Gertz. Like, she just makes cool stuff and then she turns them into products.
I have been stuck on the same problem for 4 years, and I'm hoping that talking...
I love her content. This is a bowl that changes size for what you put in it. It's pretty cool.
Out all the shipping rates, so I don't think you look cheap.
Actually, let's have a look. I haven't seen this one and I want to see what it looks like.
Quickly in the house. Which maybe shouldn't be that surprising considering that I built most stuff in the house too. It's kind of like Art Deco whimsical.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know. There's something about the brass and the arches and everything, and oh, I love it. Let's try it with fruit. Oh no, I have so much more fruit that I can't fit in my already full fruit bowl. This is way too much fruit for one person. And then I eat all of them. And I only have 2 sad tangerines in there. But look at them. They're happy tangerines.
It's okay. Yeah. Yep. You're right. You're right, Swizz. I think it's set expectations. I think that's just that's my mantra for this year. Set expectations. Which means You have to set the expectations. What's the word? Introspection. Let's call it practical introspection. Yeah. Set expectations. It's nice. Even if that's what I walk away with from today, I think I'll be happy with it. All right. Hey, just doing some reflection, XN RMS. I'm going to take a break now, and then we got another couple hours still. A practical conditional. I don't think less introspection. I think I'm being appropriately introspective. It's just like sometimes the introspection becomes procrastination and rumination. If it's, there is like a productive way to be introspective. And what it is like, do you know what it is? It's the difference between fearing failure and feeling the fear of failure versus accepting the probability of failure. You know? Like, it's one thing to say, oh no, this thing might fail and I don't want that, and I'm thinking about how much I don't want to fail, versus this has a 70% chance of success and that's okay. And then just moving on. You could spend an hour, as long as you want, appraising the success, the chance of success. But I think it's about not being paralyzed by the appraisal. Just say, okay. And if I only get 70% of what I want out of this thing, that matches my expectation. We also came up with this thing of, if you aim lower, you don't need to reach as high. What does MVP look like? Can it be even lower than that? This is really just about me getting over perfectionism. That's what we're doing today. I need to continue to work on that. I changed it to chance. I can spell probability. Probability. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Taking a break. Back in a bit. Okay. Oh boy. It's tough, man. It's tough. This stuff's also tough. I don't know, like, how to change the emotional feeling of it. But I guess I just have to be patient with myself. I have to continue to push. And I have to be okay with not getting it right every time. And patient. And okay and patient. I suppose I could promise that every time I make a decision, I look at these things. Every time I make a big decision, I say, what does looking north look like? And what does setting expectations look like? Well, that's what setting expectations is. It's setting expectations with me as well as with the audience. Like setting my expectations, that's defining failure and success. It goes both ways. Okay. Well, I think I'll just take this because it was just a nice thing to look at. And I'll paste it in here too. What else was good? Oh, that's the other one. Flood fill. Oh, that's this one. It's gonna take a long time for me to, or like, it's gonna take a lot of emotional voltage to do this. It's so outside of my nature to flood fill, which is just like, don't wait to do one thing to do the next thing. Just do all of them. Today. Now. That hurts. It hurts so bad to do that. Because I'm just not good at... Oh, that's what day it is today. I'm just not good at feeling in control if I don't have all my little... If not, all my criteria isn't satisfied. Flood fill? Flood fill is, it's literally this. Sorry. This is flood fill. So you've been... We got this really big shape, right? It's a closed shape. If I say color the shape in, you know, you could go here and go, okay, I'm coloring the shape in. In fact, let me redraw the shape to be a bit more what I'm thinking of. It's like here, and it's like kind of a tree. Blaze it. You know, if I wanted to color this in, I could start with the stem, and I could color this part in, then this part in, this part. Or I could just take the bucket fill, where is it? This one, and just go boom. That's a flood fill. Just go down every path all at once. Don't worry about like trying to solve individual things before moving on to the next thing. Just do all of it. It's probably another way to think about it is like just multi-thread. Like just like be okay with exploring multiple opportunities at the same time. That's really what I mean. It's the way that I came to the term flood fill because of this. This is what I mean. It's not even a good example, isn't it? It means like, what I mean when I say flood fill is something like I can do a Kickstarter and I can do merch and I can release scene graph and I can get a publisher and I can take a contract job. I can do all of that stuff. I don't have to do it all myself. I don't have to do every aspect of it by myself. It's just like if you take these tasks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you say, I won't do this one until I've finished this one. I have to do this one first, then this one second, this one third, this one fourth, this one fifth, this one sixth. And I have to do them meticulously. This will hurt you if you, that method will hurt you if there's something here at the start of 4 that could inform what could happen in 1, 2, and 3. Like you might find that actually, like let's just say hypothetically, this could happen, right? We do a run of merch and the merch brings in like $10,000. And suddenly I don't need to take a contract job for the next couple of months because I'll do another run of merch and we get another $10,000. Like it's not what I expect, but it's possible that it happens. And if I do that, then it might eliminate one of these options because it exceeds expectations. Or let's say you're trying to get a publisher for your game. Don't email one publisher and then wait for them to get back to you before emailing a second publisher. Right? This might take, you don't know how long this will take. This relay of getting a response back It could never happen. It could be 6 months. So why not send like 50 emails? Yeah, why wait? What do I get out of waiting? The satisfaction of saying I didn't get rejected? Well, to me, it works that way. Because to me, each of these emails is like, to me, it's like I'm dropped in the middle of the maze, right? And I see a lot of chambers in the maze. And I don't know which one to explore first. Imagine each of these paths is another publisher that I could contact. Like, do I go all the way down this until I hit a dead end before starting down this path? The flood fill is like going, I'm going to walk down all the paths. Take the first step down every path instead of going through one path. It's the difference between, if you like sorting, if you like search algorithms, breadth first search versus depth first search. I think people are wired this way, like human beings are wired this way. Some people are depth first people and some people are breadth first people. And all my life, I've been rewarded for being a depth first person, but it doesn't always help you. This is breadth, this is depth. Oh, you can't see that. That sucks. Dude, they're all shorts. Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. Well, like let me give you my little story. My first job, someone offered it to me. They were like, oh, might have been like a friend of my mum, a family friend was like, hey, I got this job. Do you want to take it? I was like, yeah, I'll take it. Didn't apply for the job, just took it. Second job, I sent one resume, I got the job. I worked there for 2 years. University, I applied for one university, I got in. I entered like 2 art contests. I came first in 2 art contests. Like, and that's not good for someone to have that experience, because it makes you think you're like the main character or something, you know? It makes you think, oh, I don't have to try. Like, I don't have to like humble myself. I just like put myself out there a little bit and whatever I do will just pay off. And when it doesn't, you have no tools of what to do when it doesn't. Some people like, I see these people post on Reddit, like their dating profile. They'll track the data. It's like, I swiped right 12,000 times and 2 people swiped right on me and I had 1 date. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't enter that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be on that website if that is what my experience was like. So I have like a pretty low tolerance for discomfort in a lot of that stuff, because my personal narrative has been like, I've been tricked into thinking that like, if I have to try really hard if I have to fail to succeed, I probably am doing it wrong. Because in all these other areas, I just tried once and it worked out. My first job, I applied for one, like after university, I applied for one job and I got the job, and I was there for like 4 years. Do you know, like, it's not, I applied for the grants first time, you know, a lot of people get rejected from those grants a couple times before they get accepted. And the thing is, what that's taught me to do is to work really hard on the things that I'm scared of before putting myself out there. It's not that I carelessly breeze through. It's that I work really, really, really hard before I even try once, you know? Because I feel like it's like a better story, you know? It's like a better story if I tried once. That's, I think, the internal narrative that's happening. So that's why I don't send 50 emails. What I do is it's like, do you know what I do? My version of this is every email I write, I draft it like 10 times. The same email before I send it. That's the problem. It's not less work, it's just depth versus breadth. You know, I've tried not to do that anymore. I used to do that. Like a few years ago, I used to be really bad. I used to read an email 10 times before I'd send it. Now I reread it twice. But I think that's just the thing that I'm struggling against. Is this? It's breadth first versus depth first. Because I have not been rewarded for breadth. Never. That's never been something that's been good for me. Hey, Cannabises. Thank you so much for the follow. Cannabises. Sees. So I need to be like, I just need to maybe get exposure therapy a little bit more to that. Dude, it's bad. It's bad. I don't even like, even with like publishers, like I met them all already. The ones that I would want. We wrote a list, Swizz, about like top publishers I'd want to meet for Insignia. It's like, yeah, I know them all now. I met them. I applied for like one thing and they were all there, and I don't have to email 600. You know? Maybe I should still do it just for funsies. But this is the thing. The second that my strategy isn't going to work, I'm screwed. Like, because there might be, when you do this, you get used to just doing one thing once. You don't work at scale. This is why I was bad at Age of Empires, because I'd stop making units. I would build 10 perfect Mangudai, and I would pilot the Mangudai, the 10 that I've built so far, at the enemy, rather than build 50 Mangudai. Just make 600 Mangudai. Don't make one production building, make 7 production buildings. For me, it's just something that I'm not good at. So, I will get better at it though. Yeah. At least I appreciate this. You can see that I can appreciate it. Yeah, upgrading in Age of Empires is exactly what I used to do too much of. I used to get every upgrade and then I make units. And you get attacked and you have all the upgrades and nothing that's upgraded because there's no units and nobody to take advantage of them. Yeah. All the eco upgrades. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Okay. Did I draw something else? No, not relevant. I'm going to close this now. Okay, well, what can we do that's like reasonably like low barrier for entry today? Because I don't really want to spend too much time. Maybe we'll just... Hey, Nubbly. Nubbly. It's because there's Nulby. Nullbite. Hey, Nullbite Dev. How's it going? Hubbly bubbly Nulby. I want to look at the scene graph repo. I've been putting off looking at it, and it's not good for me. Because I'm not in charge of it, but I need to be able to read it. Hey. Is there no way to open this folder? That's annoying. Oh, it auto defaults to the one I was already in. Whoops. All right. Let's do a quick chapter title. What was this? I forget how to close this. Control J. Okay. Hey, Ace Spartacus, not Eke Spartacus. This is not the place to promote like that. Sorry. You should camel case it, no bite. Tumming you out. All right. So I have not been a developer on this of this repo. I've only done some cosmetic stuff, so I'm not really familiar with it because this version of Scene Graph was made by Elzac, and I want to be across it because I want to be able to work on it. If I want to strip it down or do different bits and pieces. So what I'm trying to do is I want to work on it. I want to work on this thing. So this is what I want here. It's this packages. Basic sample, no. Editor. Okay. This is all the editor. That's actually reasonable, I think. That's not that many scripts. I think I don't know why I thought this would be like giant and scary. Hey Glyco, thanks for the sub. I'm sure my original wasn't giant or scary either. About window, that's fine. Burger menu, that's fine. Scene graph view. What have we got? Scene graph view, scene graph context menu, scene graph view drag, scene graph view groups, scene graph view undo, scene graph window, registration, utility, reference updater, screenshot container, screenshot importer, searchable toolbar, settings manager. Okay. That's literally what it is. And then, oh, we've got runtime stuff here as well. Portal, graph bounds, link, map. Yep, that's all fine. And that's it. Why am I so scared of this? All right. So let's first look at scene graph view, because view and window, I think I get a bit confused at sometimes. In Unity, the UI system's not super, it's a little confusing. This is the graph view, and this is the window that the graph view sits inside of. Yeah. So let's first look at the window. Oh, I've never seen that before on Open Asset. That's cool. I've never seen that before. Why does that have a... What is that? I've never seen that before. Callback order. Oh, sweet. Open. Current windows equals find all of them. For each, continue. Existing equals focus. Return existing. Gives us a window. Okay, sure. Initialized view. Yeah. Yep. If position is not null, yep. Sure. Okay. Yep. Create toolbar menu. Yep. Yep. Okay. Why is this here though? I think this scene node view. Scene node data. Okay. Oh, this is resave, not remove. Resave. Okay. Add all scenes. Add current scene editor scenes. Save scene graph. don't know the difference between those two things yet. Nelbite says, how do you go about choosing to scrap an idea that you thought was going to be cool? Do you prototype it and show it to other people, get their feedback that it has no place, and scrap it? Or are you usually able to do that yourself before you even give it out to others? There was a game that I made in 2022 called Throneless. I made a tactics game for a game jam, and I had worked on all these tactics features, these like pathfinding and turn order and all this stuff. And then I made the jam with it, and I was intent on like continuing it afterwards. And one of the things that made the game unique was that I wanted to do roguelike elements in a tactics game. So particularly the fact that every enemy and character moves at the same time. They all move on the beat, kind of like Cadence of Hyrule or Crypt of the Necrodancer. And once I got far enough to play it myself, I struggled to find it fun because of everything happening simultaneously. It was harder to strategize if there was no turn order, it's harder to strategize who would win if two people shot each other, or like too many things would just happen in ways that as a player you couldn't really anticipate. And as a strategy game, that's like the worst thing, because like the whole point is strategy. So at that point it was playtesting, but it was personal playtesting. I wasn't having fun with the game I designed. So I scrapped it because I wasn't prepared to make it what it needed to be, which was just like to be a normal tactics game. At that point, I was just making a Final Fantasy Tactics clone. And I had lost interest in that because that wasn't why I was making it to begin with. I was only interested if I could innovate. So there probably was a version of that game I could have kept working on, and maybe I still will one day. But it's not, it doesn't, it was never more important than what I'm doing right now, so. All right. Scene graph view. Is there a way I can see just the methods in this, like a list of all methods? Oh, this. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. But I can't see what it takes as parameters or anything, so that's not really helpful. Morning, Mr. D-Boy. Bro, I've never seen that before. What does that tilde do? Destructor? Is that the opposite of a constructor? Never seen that before. So it's like on destroy, for a class. Sweet. Gotcha. I never used C++ before, so I'm not familiar with it. I've only used garbage collected languages. Wait a second. You can do a switch with classes? What? I've never seen that before. Can you really do that? You can switch case a class? Is this like specific to Unity, or how does that work? I've never seen that before. It's a C# feature. I always have to say if blah blah is blah blah. I've never seen it as a switch case. That's really neat. Yeah, I always use is, but I didn't realize I could do a switch case like that. All right. On scene saved, on build scenes changed. Let's see node. Okay, here's what I'm looking at. Nice. Hey, Lathe. How do I construct all of the initialize view, load existing scene nodes? That's what I'm looking for. Node equals new node view. Node view looks like this. Okay, set position. Get rect from position. Node view is something that we have here. Oh shit, this is massive. Okay, now I'm a little concerned. 700 lines here. Oh my gosh, this is hard to read. Look at this giant function. The constructor is 200 lines. I would not do that. I would probably, I don't have the mental fortitude. I don't have the mental dexterity to do that. Not enough RAM. Title container, okay. Yep, that's fine. Remove from hierarchy, okay. And then insert title container again afterwards at 0, I see. And then remove from hierarchy, node border. Okay, so we're doing a bunch of hierarchy readjustment. And then we register callbacks to the go-to button. If string is not null or empty, data scene path. Then add notification not in build. Okay. Yeah, this, maybe it's fine. I think I would chunk this personally into like 7 functions. Like maybe this, I would put in its own function. All this. Okay. Oh, that wasn't so scary. That was okay. Hey, nullbyte dev, that is a really picky problem to have, and it's not uncommon. I've had that problem too. Is there any way you can gray box it so that you can prototype the game in a way that's... What exactly is the thing that you're concerned about not being fun? What is it? That's a massive function. Mm, 100 lines, not that big. Me? Oh, I'm super tired. I haven't been sleeping very well because I've been eating like crap the last couple of days because of Easter. But I'm okay. I'm going to try and make a chill game. I'm not stressed. I'm just tired. I'm going to try and make a chill game where you go around parks and clean from leaves and stuff. I want to make some cool levels. Lots of leaves we picked up. You have a certain time, and when you finish it, your level resets, so you have to earn more. That seems fine. There's like a leaf blower simulator. I'm sure I've seen that. How does that game work? I don't think that the progression system you're describing is incompatible with what you've written. I'm not sure. I mean, like, chill. They might clash a little bit. They might clash a little bit in that, like, if one is supposed to be super casual and mesmerizing, and the other one is supposed to be like stratifying gameplay a lot, so that you're constantly having to reset. I think they might clash. So why not just throw out the progression system and do something different? Do like a Untitled Goose Game, where you're just constantly getting new achievements, and the game state doesn't reset. Yeah, I don't think you should delete people's progress. I think that's a different game. You could take jobs, like big backyards, small backyards, and then like you're kind of like setting your own goals, and you have time limits for each of them. So like you could keep it super casual and just do small time jobs, but as you unlock stuff, you could do bigger ones. Okay. So again, big class, but not that scary. Yeah. Well, maybe you don't have to innovate. Do you have to innovate? Okay. Okay. I think that I can read this just fine. I'm tired. I feel it. Maybe it's best if I end the stream. I don't think I could easily add to this. Not like today or anything like that. It's been a bit. Maybe I could just do at least like a quick experience. Review. I was just thinking about yawning and I yawned. What is the point of switching off everyone's brain? Why do we want to do that? Someone's tired and everyone goes to sleep. I guess, you know what it could be? Synchronization. Like, we all need to be asleep now. Because it's better if we're all awake at the same time and moving at the same time. That's weird because you'd expect there to be people who keep watch, but maybe it's better if we all just work as a big unit. Because if I don't go to bed now, then I'll be too tired when the pack moves on, you know? So we all go to bed now so that we can all be awake at the same time tomorrow. Maybe it's like that. It's like a way of like hacking other people's brains to like synchronize. I mean, that's the only function of something. Yeah. Hello. Okay. Be right back, chat. Okay. I'm a little concerned about what is this doing? Like, what have we just done then? The way that it renders these is a little inconsistent, and I think, yeah, I don't know. There's a design issue here as well that I don't think I can solve better than I have, which is that all of the thumbnails are actually transparent by 10% so that you can see these lines go behind the nodes rather than in front of the nodes, because if they went in front, you would see this big white line going all the way across, whereas behind, it means you can see the thumbnails first and then the line second. Now, second of all, the formatting here is really weird in that I can make that blue, but that's not the current level. This must be the current level. I guess, I mean, you should be able to select, so you could do that and that. Now I've got two of these and then I can do something with them. So maybe that's fine. Hey, Abirbilla, welcome. Abirbilla? Abirbilla? Abirbillabong? Okay. So what other issues do I have with this? I mean, one of my biggest issues is if I zoom in like this and I start dragging, well, sometimes I'm dragging and nothing happens. That's no good. And then here, I can't, it's not scrolling when I reach the edges. So I have to zoom out and then try. I want to be able to, okay, let's write this stuff down. think we need a more organized thing for this. Okay. I think also my nodes are all bigger than I would expect them to be by some amount. The pixels per unit is 40, But maybe it should have been smaller. Or bigger. I'm not sure. I mean, if that's a unit, I don't know. I mean, that's... Yeah, the scaling's kind of hard. I guess I would have just thought maybe at this scale, I would want what, the ports to be double the size? I don't even know. Maybe also it'd be good when hovering this to have a hover state for the connector. There's also this thing where if I click, it shifts by some amount every time I click. You'll have to ask the people who have played that game. Not necessarily. I'm just trying to get ahead and prioritize. Maybe I'll muck around and change some stuff myself. There was an issue here, I can't remember what it was, where one of the... No. There was an issue here a while ago, but I can't find it. Looks okay to me now. Oh, yeah, this is wrong. The labels get cut off. Okay. Why did I do that? I made them bigger and I don't know why I made them bigger. I remember making them bigger. I just don't know what the reasoning was. Excuse me? Oof. I created that bug. It's me. It's me. Hey, Ninja Puss. It's going okay. So if you care to find me, look to the headless branch. All right. Thank you, Zerion. How many times are you referenced? The Kerry Ellis version? Nope. I don't know who that is. Or maybe I do know what that is and I didn't like it. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, I think I made... I don't know why I had to change the size of these things, the pixels per unit. If I say 30 and then apply it, what happens? Do I have to close it and open it? I feel like nothing happened. I suppose what I should have to do is something like this. 30, apply, and then refresh selected screenshots. Right. And the problem is the crowding now. I think that's the issue. Is that the ports crowd when they're too small. Yep. That's why I made them so big. But I don't like how small they are. There's no way to fix that. Like, a scene this big is just that big. I guess it's the variance of the size that's making it complicated. If they were all similar in size. Did I develop Scene Graph? I developed the original version and I maintained it until 2023. And then I worked with a developer who watches the stream to make this version. He's like the lead engineer on this version. But there are some things that I might want to edit and I might work on them myself. But yeah, I designed it and first developed it. I had something that was approximating this. It's just, it wasn't as robust. Since when am I developing games? I've been developing games since 2012, 13, but sort of even 2009. If it's just like my very beginner stuff. How many 3D projects? None, maybe one. Everything I do is 2D. I have a couple of 3D explorations that I've worked on. But in terms of like games that I've ever planned on shipping that were like 3D, none. But I think the next one will be. Sandbox. I have checked it out, yeah. Not like personally, like I've watched YouTube videos of demos of it. I'm not really into using like engines like the Source engine and Sandbox are essentially like games that you mod. You know what I mean? Like Gary's mod is literally like, it's Half-Life because it's the Source engine and you are putting something on it. Unless you're making a game in the exact same genre as that, like first person shooter with physics, it's not really something that I would make a game inside of, you know? It's like the Epic, you know, the Fortnite engine. Like unless I want to use Fortnite Unreal because I'm making a game, unless I'm trying to make a game that's basically Fortnite or feels like Fortnite, why would I use the Fortnite engine? Outside of like, as a beginner, it's great if you want to mod something. I think for beginners, that kind of thing is really cool, especially if you want to make games like that, because the tools are already there. Whereas like for me, I don't really think in those terms. I sort of come at it from like I'm building something first. What's a good place to build it? What kinds of features does it need? I wouldn't just like check something out for the sake of seeing what I could do in it. What is this? Is this April Fool's for Figma? That's weird. Anyway. What else? What does it mean to do that? Oh, I have to pick the scene. That's a massive fail. Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay. Well, that was certainly interesting. What a weird stream. To tomorrow, chat, I will be heading off to a wedding. My friends are getting married out of town, and I'm going to be there overnight. So 2 nights actually. So I won't be streaming tomorrow, and I won't be streaming Friday, and I'll see you all bright and early on Monday. This is my only stream this week. It's been an inverted week. Normally I don't stream Wednesday and I stream every other day. This week I've only streamed on Wednesday. So I'm going to try to take it easy tonight, just because I'm trying to still recover from Easter. But please do, if you're interested in like supporting what I do here on the channel and you haven't already seen my most recent video, I'd very much appreciate a watch of this one here, screenshot remix. If you're interested, I mean, you don't have to. If you want to watch the content and you haven't been, what's the word? You haven't been recommended it by the algorithm, you could search it out, and that would help me a lot. But you don't have to. Like, I'm not like asking you to. I'm just like letting you know I've released a video. Also, of course, Insignia on Steam. If you haven't wishlisted it, please do. That'd be massively helpful for me as well. We have one more version of the demo that we'll be uploading in a little bit. I've got like a couple of animations that I'm waiting to get finalized from one of my animators before I upload it. But that'll have a fair few new features in it to do with combat that just didn't exist before the previous version. So yeah, go ahead and check that out too if you're interested. And that's it. I think that's the stream. Thanks everyone. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Kofi Man's cool. Anybody else I know? Baba Debois, he's pretty cool too. All right, let's raid them. Thanks everybody. I had a good time. Hope you did too. If you like the content, press all the buttons. Thank you so much. I'll catch you all on Monday. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. See you later.